always overlap, but when they
Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. We are in the JATC South building, and we have 6 board members present. Mr. Dunford will be joining us shortly. We are going to start out with a closed session tonight, and we have put a time frame on it just for those who are wanting to know when to join us again, that we will be back in our study session at 5 o'clock. And I would like to also announce that Mr. Dunford is now with us. I told you he'd be here shortly. It was like a split second.
Fast.
So we do plan on starting our study session at 5 o'clock. So can I get someone to make a motion to go into closed session? And if you'll list all 5 of them, if we have time, if we get through this before 5 o'clock, we'll move into some of our other closed session items that are later in the agenda.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. George and second by Ms. Richards to go into closed session. I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so we will now go into closed session. Okay, this is a Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. We were just in a closed session and are back out now, and this is our study session. It is June 11th, 2024. We have all 7 board members present, and our first agenda item is a continued discussion on Administrative Policy DP 374, Employment Background Checks. And we'll welcome Dr. June Lemaster and Mr. Brent Burge to the table. And Mr. Dunford, do you want to start out, and then Mr. Van Coleman to explain? There's 2 different versions on board docs right now, so we need an explanation of why there's 2 versions and what the difference is.
I'll freely admit my frustration level. This board does not seem to want to have any red items. That there's nothing that bars you from employment, that we're willing to hear any exception and possibly even approve, and so I don't know where this board wants to go. My goal was...
Whoa. I have no idea what you're talking about or where that came from.
I can't be very specific because we talked about having red light them. You cannot be hired under these circumstances, and yet we did. A member of this board said all felonies are red, and yet...
Okay, well, I think there's one position that all felonies are red, but I think there's other positions that are in some of these drafts that warrant some discussion.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not willing to abandon everything.
No, I'm not sure. I just
think there
don't
needs to be
know where
guidelines.
this board wants to go. Do you want to go line by line and say yes, yes, no, no, no? Do we want a general...
Can I say something? Because I've been thinking about this policy a lot, and I even looked at another policy online, and I believe that as a board, I know that personally, I have complete confidence in our superintendent and our human resources department that they are completely unwilling to make a decision that would risk danger to any child or district employee or risk any damage to the reputation of the school district. And so instead of having a policy that, in my perception, seems to micromanage the superintendent and the human resources department, I would rather have a policy that is simple and says something along the lines of, if in the course of the application and background check process, there is a conviction of a felony or a misdemeanor that is brought to light, then the Human Resources Department will consult with the superintendent, and they will decide whether or not that conviction would exclude that person from being employed in the position they are applying for. Because like I said, I have complete and total confidence that our superintendent and the district's human resources department would never do anything that would risk putting a child or district employees in any kind of danger, and would not risk the reputation of the school district or their own reputations to employ somebody. So I would like to very much simplify this policy.
So no reds.
Well, I feel like I was not elected to make decisions on personnel. I feel like as an elected member of the Jordan School District Board of Education, I am here to make budget and policy decisions. And I don't feel like it is my position to make personnel decisions. And I will say it once again because I do not tire of saying it. I have 100% confidence in our superintendent and in our human resources department that they have good judgment. They know what would make a good employee. And anyway, they do not want to risk any safety or reputation just to employ somebody, even in a difficult to fill position. So I would like to defer to the judgment of the people who have been hired to make those judgments.
But you said that you're put here to make policy. This is a policy. We need to give them some guidelines of where they can and can't go. And whenever I make policy, I try not to look at individuals. It's true that we have a very trusted superintendent and a great HR department. I love them to death, but we don't know if that's always going to be that way. And we're setting in policy to give them some guardrails for their safety and our safety. And so
It's not for our safety.
Oh, it is for our
Because
safety.
it comes back down to the superintendent and the human resources department. If in the future, a superintendent and human resources department decide to hire somebody that causes damage to the reputation of the district or causes harm to another employee or child, guess what? We, or the board, we fire that superintendent. Do you see what I'm saying?
It's
So
caused damage,
it comes.
though. It's caused damage. Whether or not we fire them or not, it still caused damage.
Means it forces us to.
But the thing is, well, I've said what I think. I feel like when we get too nitpicky and feel like we have to put up guardrails for people who are highly educated and qualified for the positions that they are in, who have demonstrated good judgment. I mean,
But every
if a
policy is
board in the
guardrail.
future decides to hire a superintendent that has poor judgment, then maybe they will need to put up some guardrails. But I feel like this is micromanaging our human resources department and our superintendent to say, well, these are the very specific things, and these ones you need to come and check with us or something. I don't. That's my opinion.
So I have a red light area, and that is violent crimes against children. That's an absolute no for me. I would be willing to talk about anything else.
And I feel like that would be an absolute no for the superintendent.
I'm not arguing your point. I thought we were just moving on to the conversation. I don't want to argue it. I'm just, Bryce asked the question, and
That's exactly what
I
we're
am
asking.
answering
That's what
his
Paul and I
question.
are asking. As an elected representative of the community, what are you saying we will not hire this category, please don't apply?
When you say we, it's not us who are doing the hiring.
It's this district that we
But-
represent.
We're creating a policy
Okay.
about
Jordan
hiring.
School
But
District.
I know we are Jordan School District, but as a board, we are not the people who are doing the hiring.
But we're accountable for that.
I don't think I'm accountable for who is hired or not hired.
GP 100, accountability for the effectiveness of the district rests ultimately with the Board of Education.
We are.
We
And
delegate
we
it to the
delegate
superintendent.
We delegate
responsibilities,
it, but
it is
we are
ultimately
accountable.
our responsibility.
And to say to the superintendent, this is the category of people, it is the board's right to say whether or not a felon can be hired as to be employed in the school district. That's a boundary that the board sets. Whether or not a felon can be hired in this district to be around our children.
And once again, I prefer that we don't use the word felon because.
Anyone convicted of a felony.
Thank you.
So that's what I'm asking is, I need the board to weigh in and say, here are the previously committed crime levels that would exclude you from employment in the Jordan district. If you say, I have no reds, meaning let's hear you apply and we'll hear every one of them, we'll hear your case, then that's one way to go. If you say, here are the reds, we will not offer employment to this category. That's what we're asking for this policy.
Bryce, I thought we were most of us, if not all, were pretty much what Nikki said. I think I know I agreed with it. So
Okay,
I was
so-
there.
Let me
That's
just-
not what's on the list. So do you want to go through the list and say yes or no? Because no one weighed in. No one called and said, here are my reds, here are my yellows.
Sorry, I didn't understand that you were asking us to do that.
I didn't even either.
We have a red line version. I thought we decided on some of the reds.
But the way what I heard in the meeting is we need some time to think about this and to weigh in and propose any changes. So
Which
are
is
you ready
what
to
we're
vote on the
doing.
red line, or do you want to go, do you want to go line by line?
Would it be possible to say that it'd take a board review on anyone who's convicted on a felony? I think that
I
would
would
be,
be
that would
comfortable
be
with.
really great. It just gives some great latitude for them to kind of screen those and say, well, we wouldn't have hired them anyways. And if you get a felon, then we can look at the case and we can say, yeah, we feel confident with this.
They fall into the.
I am against board review. Like I said, it is not our responsibility
Bryce just read it, then we have to take that
to,
out of
no,
the
the hiring,
policy.
I feel like we are accountable, but we are not accountable for every single little thing that happens.
I
If-
disagree with you. I
So-
think we are accountable for.
So a flat tire on a bus.
I didn't
So,
say that.
I think that we've kind of created this red, yellow, green area in previous discussions. So I think red is a just solid no. Yellow would be they fall into certain parameters, we'll bring it to the board. And green would be their decision. That's how I understand it.
Correct, that is exactly right.
So then the Human Resources Department will need to wait for sometimes up to a month to have something brought to the board.
Yes.
I feel very comfortable with making a risky hire that we don't make in haste.
That, okay, so
Not made
we
a ton
are,
of these in my
we want to
experience
be
here.
involved in personnel issues.
On
I
this,
think
on this
As
matter,
our
yes.
previous policy has
Let me
already
just
had us.
do a quick check here. So we have board member Dean wanting to say, let's just have superintendent and HR make these decisions. Is there anyone else that wants to do that, or would everyone else like to stick with what we have in draft and discuss each of the line items?
I'm not interested.
Not interested? No. Marilyn?
Again, I'm mixed.
Going to discuss line item or go
Rather
through
dis-
our draft document?
I'm,
Okay.
I don't put as much trust, I guess, as Ms. Dean does.
superintendent and our Human Resources Department, you don't
Can I just
Not in
clarify?
individuals, in the position of superintendent.
Yeah, and I
in
think
the position of HR, not
That's
in
where
the
we need
individuals.
to separate, because people in positions change.
And
And
I'll
policies
just
don't.
say that this is by no means a lack of faith in anyone in this room. I have utmost faith. But I also think that we as a board can carry some of that weight. And to place all of it squarely on their shoulders seems unfair.
All right, let's work through it. Mr. Van Komen.
So basically, there are two versions here. Version A was essentially what came out of the last meeting that I heard. I didn't hear any specific adjustments to the years. There were certain offenses where maybe the time periods were going to be changed. Maybe there was going to be a slight change in something or another. So I put that up. Brent Burge came back with what is sort of version B, where he added to that some proposed changes. In 5F, and I think this is a good change, it's just, it wasn't in A. He, instead of any offense against the person, in the past 15 years, it would be a Class A misdemeanor. And his explanation, and he can weigh in on this, is that, again, they get a lot of offenses against the person who maybe don't amount to barring employment, isolated incidents. Obviously, if there's a pattern, that may come up, and Brent could weigh in on that. Then the other kind of change to, and this is a policy change, that he suggested is in 6 is that this would be approval of the superintendent with notice to the board. So this would sort of change it from recommendation and the board approval. But within that, I guess the other thing was he changed one of the year spans and upped it to 20 years rather than 15. But in each of those years, I don't know that there's anything magical, but that's very definitely a policy decision. And I think you can see how that can be a policy decision if it's 20 years versus 15 years or 10 years or whatever.
So in version B, letter or number 6, that's approval of the superintendent only if it does not fall into the parameters that the board's outlined in 5. So in section 5, we're going to say no to this, no to this, no to this, no to this. Anything else, that goes to the superintendent. I'm comfortable with that.
Are there any in section 5? I guess I can read through them quickly again. That don't have a time frame attached to them?
Yes.
A and
The
B.
time frames start in D.
C has a time frame.
Oh, sorry, the time frames start in the second half of C.
Starting with A, any felony sex offense or any felony against a person is just a no-go.
That's a red.
Doesn't
That's
matter
listed
how
as a
long
red.
ago it happened. I agree with that. And then B, any violent felony, that's a no-go. Doesn't matter how long ago it happened.
So those, are those the only 2 reds then?
No,
Is
there's-
that what we're saying
And-
is a red? There's no time frame on it?
That's correct. Those are the ones with no time frame. And I did add after the meeting some language in B, just for transparency, that because we were specifically referring to the definition of a violent felony in Utah code, I put in similar language like we had in the definitions above, that or any other federal or state law that's the equivalent. I just thought that was more consistent.
So is everyone good with A and B?
Yep. I am.
I am too.
Okay, so C, we have one version at 20 years and one version at 15 years, and that's the alcohol-related or drug-related offense.
And I would bring up, do you want to make a distinction between a previous alcohol-related offense that doesn't interact with students and a previous alcohol-related offense that does interact with students? That was an issue and is not here. So do you want to distinguish, when alcohol is involved, do you want to distinguish between A, time period, and B, job description?
Yeah, and G sort of potentially goes to that, but then you'd have different timeframes, right? Because if it's only 10 years for something that, is directly impacted to yours, but what if it was a felony? It's just a different time frame. And so for example, under C, if there's a felony alcohol-related offense or a felony drug-related offense, whatever time period you have, that would be a bar. But there was some discussion about, well, should this be tied to interactions with students? Is that included enough in G? The essential function. I don't know that it is. Necessarily. We talked about hypothetically like custodians. They may have contact with students, and we don't necessarily think that that's a function of theirs. But somebody who's just out at a maintenance facility may not have students. I think what Mr. Dunford's saying is we don't go to that level here, and maybe we don't need to because it's rare.
It would be very difficult to set some kind of scale on what kind of contact. For example, facilities, they go out to schools and work around kids, but they're based here, whereas a bus driver has kids for a certain amount of time versus custodians who are there all the time but don't necessarily supervise kids. So it would be very difficult to set a threshold or a level of contact, I guess.
That's the level of ones that I think a discussion by the board would be good for.
So do you want to move alcohol-related to yellow?
I'm okay with that.
All alcohol-related offenses are now in section 6. So we strike it from section 5.
I'm okay with that. A DUI at age 18 or 19, they're 50 or 60 now, is a whole lot different for me.
Would we keep the years if it went to section 6?
No, section 6 says if it's not in section 5, then it's, you know,
So if we deleted,
Approved by the superintendent.
if we deleted C altogether, then it would just automatically fall under 6.
correct. Correct.
I would be comfortable with adding years under 6A.
I'm okay with that too.
Say that again. What was that?
Adding a
So-
number of years, a year limit.
On which one?
Under, if we were to strike 5C and then at 6A say any felony committed within, and we can choose the number of years, I'm leaning towards 10.
So if we struck C, and then we have any felony under 6A, would E still apply? Any offense related directly to the essential functions occurring in the previous year? Or not, because that's in 5, and now we're in 6. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that should remain in 5, because there is some discretion, or if that should be a 6. Like when you're making sort of a judgment call, you know, directly related to it, how is that defined? Is that something you want to, I don't know. I don't know that that's easily,
So right now in 5, I mean, human resources would say
Sorry, you can't,
offense in the last 10 years,
we won't even take your application.
Felony, right?
yeah, no, to any offense is letter E in the past 10 years.
So for example, if you're applying for a financial position and you've been convicted of a financial crime, you're out. That's what that's trying to say.
Very comfortable with that.
So if we ended up striking C, alcohol-related offense, E would still apply because it's any offense related directly to the essential function of the employee's position. And 6A would still apply. And then sorry, I'm gonna jump ahead for just a minute. F, we added Class A misdemeanor. It used to just be just an offense, right?
We intended to
Oh,
add
D?
that, yes.
B.
I had
Okay.
made that recommendation. We do have a lot of employees with domestic type related issues that do fall under that. And so that was the discussion is, at that level, Class A misdemeanor makes it more serious, obviously, than a Class B or a C.
Consider their application.
Within 15 years.
Paul, is there some overlap, for example, on 5A and B? Violent felonies, or or felony against a person. Can those also involve drugs and alcohol?
in the definition section, under B, it may be just slightly more expansive than just sexual offenses or felony offenses against a person.
So someone is under the influence of alcohol and they beat up their wife or their husband or whatever. Is that an alcohol-related offense or is that an offense against a person?
It depends on which section they're prosecuted and convicted under. So
Okay.
the felony alcohol related are more typically It's sort of you're impaired, and it's not just alcohol. You're impaired while you're driving, and you've had repeat arrests and convictions for that, or you end up killing somebody. The alcohol-related offenses, under the definition, it also includes, and it would be difficult to be a felony, but if you did it enough times, I guess it could be, supplying individuals with alcohol. That would be an alcohol-related offense under our definition, but it would more come under the misdemeanor, how we treat it under a misdemeanor. And then again, the inchoate offenses are just, you didn't actually achieve committing the crime, but you were convicted of soliciting or attempting, or, you tried to, but you just got stopped. I can read you, violent felonies include arson, causing a catastrophe, criminal mischief, aggravated arson, assault by a prisoner, disarming a police officer. I mean, so there are a list of things, and again, these would amount to a felony, so not everything is a felony, but if you're convicted of a violent felony, that language was included. And there's a whole bunch more. Threat of terrorism, stalking, that would be felony stalking, which would be more than just your misdemeanor stuff. Mayhem. I mean, there's a whole list. Kidnapping. Some of these are then later on in the offense against persons, but some of them are kind of in different sections or subsets. Theft by extortion, aggravated robbery. Some of those are aggravated burglary. They're not necessarily offense against the person, but so for example, you're robbing something and you're decked out and ready to shoot somebody. So that's why we included that. Aggravated exploitation of prostitution. I mean, you can look at the list, but, and again, they're likely not going to make it through the screening process, and the intent was just to sort of capture those because they're defined.
I would favor leaving C in there. I'm struggling with the wording though. Like, I think I would leave it in there and maybe change the years to 10. So we wouldn't consider it at all if it was in the last 10 years. And then between like 10 and 20 years, or 10 and 15 years, we consider it if there's not contact with, if it's a position that's not in direct contact with students. But I don't know how to say that.
You could add that into a 6, right? It would be these people with a felony conviction.
So drug or alcohol related within 10 or 15 years in which the job description puts them in connection with students. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, like I think I would leave it in 5C.
As a red.
If it's within the last 10 years, it's just, we won't consider your application.
I think we would need to strike E then, because it does say Class A misdemeanor alcohol with 15, so I think that's why I recommended 20. If we had 15 for a Class A misdemeanor, a
Yeah.
felony would be higher, so.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out.
I think I'm also comfortable leaving C there. And leaving 15. Well, it says 15 and then the word,
No, it says 20.
Well, there's two versions.
There's
Remember on
two
board
versions,
docs,
yeah.
one version says 15 and one version says 20.
okay.
So we do have to.
I'm looking at
depends on
version
which
A
version you're
right
looking
now.
at.
Looking at B. I like the 20.
In version A, it says 15, the word 15,
Then
then
the
in
number
parentheses
10.
15, the number,
And
and
that's a
then
10 that
10,
needed to
the
be
word.
removed, yes.
Yeah, so, okay.
I removed it from the second version.
Back at us for making him rewrite this so many.
We would have to remove E or change that significantly.
Are we looking at A or B right now? Or are we,
I'm
You
looking
can look at
B.
A, and then we can tell you what the
Only a
changes
couple
are.
words different
There's just
between
a
the
few
two.
there? Okay.
He's great.
And I agree with the, on F, we need to add Class A misdemeanor. So maybe we should be looking at B.
Okay, everyone look at B.
Look at B.
Or now on
I
B.
was, and then I went to A, and now I'm back to
I
B.
had them both open.
Look at B.
I'm really comfortable with version B. As written. I mean, we talked about striking C. I guess I shouldn't say as written.
That's the only thing I'm debating is what to do with C. I am very comfortable, well, C and F, I guess.
What about those?
I'm sorry, C and, all the crossed out letters, I'm getting C and E.
I know.
She's saying she would strike C and E and then just bring down. Would you
No.
bring down a time to 6A?
No, I don't think I would just strike them. I was just contemplating whether or not
The years.
to change the years,
Oh.
depending on whether or not they had contact with students or not.
I like the way it reads in E, related directly to essential functions, because that feels
G,
Here
we
to
gotta
apply.
say the,
Oh my
right.
goodness. Sorry, that line looks like it's crossing out the G.
Oh, I thought it was E. I thought G was the cross out.
It's because
A,
the
B,
line of the
C,
E is
D,
right where
E,
the
F,
strike through goes.
G, you're right, okay.
Sorry. Yes, G. I think that's easier to define than saying may or may not ever come in contact with a child.
I like B as well, but except for in item 6, I would want approval of the board, not just notification.
So leave,
For everything,
That's not our
every
responsibility.
single thing that doesn't match, that's a whole lot of board approval.
That's not our
I
responsibility.
thought number 6, prospective employees with the following types of convictions, which are not identified in section 5, may only be considered for employment.
A and B, you're looking at A and B under 6, so every one of those would come to the board for approval, not notification.
I was under the impression that it was pretty rare that this happened.
Very. In fact, we've never gone to a felony level until
Recently.
recently.
So
That's why I said that, because I thought maybe one a year we would have to approve. I didn't, yeah.
I would agree with Brian.
if there was someone who had outlived the offense by the appropriate number, would that also come to the board for what? Just notification? So if it's like, oh, they meet the parameter, they had a sexual offense 21 years ago.
We don't do, we don't do sexual offenses unless you're saying,
And I was just looking at letter D, any sexual offense
Okay.
occurring in the previous 20 years. So if it happened 21 years ago, what would be the board's role in that instance?
as it's written, there would be no reason to have superintendent or board involvement. It would just be, they would be eligible.
They're green,
Gotcha.
those are green.
Well, and to clarify, green, it still goes to a sanctions committee that reviews it and
Right.
evaluates risk
And I like that.
before we ever do anything.
That's a good safeguard, I think.
so it's not completely green.
Not,
It's not completely
Well,
green.
it's green to us.
Yeah.
It wouldn't come to you saying, will you approve
Yeah,
this?
we've given a green light, you guys take care of this.
Yep, you go
Okay.
through your procedure that you normally go through.
But A and B are just red. There's no statute of limitations. That is,
Yeah.
you are not hireable. Okay, as long as we're clear on that, I'm okay.
Do we need to make a motion or what?
I haven't heard any changes to the policy. I haven't heard any changes to policy B.
B.
Well, I made one on 6, approval of the board instead of notification.
Okay, that's one proposal. Instead of notification to the board, it would be approval.
Change it yet, because I don't agree
So
with
should we
that.
propose that as a motion and see if it carries first?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we'll say that we have, Brian, a motion to change 6 to approval of the board instead of approval of the superintendent with notification to the board. Correct? And then it has,
So for clarification, would it be left at approval of the superintendent and approval
Yep.
of the board? So
Yep.
both, okay.
That's the motion.
He's got to want to do it, to bring it forward to us.
yeah. Okay,
He could stop it.
The only time we would say it is if he thinks it's a hire.
so then would the wording go back to recommendation of the superintendent and approval of the board?
I like that.
That was the old language.
The old language, yes.
You said this is rare. Okay.
Well, it's,
It kind of goes back to the accountability that Bryce was talking about. Ultimately, the 7 of us are accountable. And if it's one time a year, or I don't know how often it is, I'm just throwing that number out there, but,
we've never
That might
gotten
be a
here
high
before.
estimate.
Well, let me point out, notification to the board doesn't mean you couldn't weigh in and say, I'm concerned about this, can we take action on
Right,
this? You
that's right.
have a say when you're notified. Approval of the board means it has to go to an official board meeting. We only have 2 a month, and it holds it up. And so we could be notified in many ways, and if you had a concern, you could jump in and say, no, can we take that to a board meeting? But the default would be, here's what's happened. Superintendent approves these, here's why you're notified, we're gonna move ahead. So notification of the board doesn't mean you're powerless. It just means it doesn't require an official board meeting in which we are presented and have to take an action. That's why I favor notification of the board, because I still feel like I have power to say, I have a concern here. I still want them to depend on my vote in order to do the hire.
but there's not a vote if it's just a notification, right?
There's no vote if there's a notification. But there could be a vote if you had a concern. You call for a vote.
I think what Mr. Dunford's pointing out is potentially, I think it's a good point. You wouldn't then have to make a formal motion and have a record of approval, but you could say, okay, the superintendent's come here. I would like to make some sort of motion that the board take action and direct the superintendent not to do that or something like that. I think that's what he's saying. But rather than have to wait for it to come to the board for a formal vote in a public session, and the language approval by the board, that may be, you'd need to go out into an open session and ratify it somehow. So that may be a good,
What does a notification look like then? Give me just an example of what that might look
that would probably be a character and competency
Happens in
type
here?
thing.
in a closed
Where,
session.
yeah, that would give you the flexibility to do it that way.
For a phone
Or
call?
it could be, yeah, it could be, you don't have to do it in a meeting. You could all be notified, and then any board member could say, hey, I want this to be an agenda item or not. I think there's more flexibility if it's just notification. I agree with Mr. Barnett's point that there should be some accountability, but as I think through these points that are being raised, that may give more flexibility to the board as to how you deal with those, rather than having to make some sort of formal approval on the record.
Okay, further discussion on the motion.
Brian, did you get my point?
So the one thing I do like about
You
approval.
can't approve in closed session, so everything the board has to approve has to be in open session. You can't talk privately about private issues if we have to approve it.
Is that the issue then? That-
Well, I think you could certainly have appropriate character and competency closed session discussions, but the policy might be interpreted to say then you have to go into an open meeting and make a motion to approve the hire. And to what extent you want to talk about things at that point is up to the board, but oftentimes you don't necessarily want to draw attention to somebody's hire if there has been a potential character and competency issue. You may want to, but you may not want to.
That's a little concerning to me, if we've hired someone and we're worried about talking about them in public.
Well, I think it's more of a, I'm not saying from a legal
Worried
liability
about
standpoint, this
sharing
is
their
just sort of a, bringing up somebody's past in a public session where typically hiring decisions are made, in a more private setting.
I would just say that what I would like, I don't know how to phrase it, is I want to be notified together. Like, what I wouldn't want is the superintendent to call me each of us individually, and then I don't get the story with all of you.
You don't think he'd give you this?
Well, I think he would, but I would love to know, I'd love to hear the story together.
I like that too.
So whether or not we call that notification or approval, or whether or not that's in the policy or a guideline that we use, I would much rather have us hear the story together than individually in these kinds of cases. I do want to say this, though. As we've talked about this policy, my mind goes back to some amazing kids that I taught in the past. And they did a stupid prank. And unfortunately, they were 18 years old, even though they were in high school. And they were convicted of a felony. It was a dumb thing. They paid their debt. They moved on. They are wonderful people in our community. And I just think over and over again, would I never want them in our schools, never want them to help, never want to use their talents that they have because they did one stupid thing, and the follies of youth sometimes happens, and just because you had that magical birthday of 18 doesn't mean that you have the judgment level. So that's what I want the policy to do, is to not hold those guys, that kind of a person, forever out of the opportunity to work for us.
Do you have a concern then? Like, I wouldn't think that a prank would be violent or sexual.
It was.
That doesn't sound like a prank to me.
I'll give you the story later. But I'll just tell you, and I could name a name and many people would know him, and I just wouldn't want them, especially I wouldn't want to approve it in a public meeting, you know what I mean? Because they have long passed that. That's not them. That one night, that one bad judgment is not them. And so that's is there a way to make a policy that allows somebody to, like that, to have another chance, that doesn't risk, kids in our school or any of those things? So.
Yes, you make them all yellows. You make every past crime a yellow situation for us, and it's all reviewable. What I'm asking is, do you have a red situation where you would say, here's the situation in which I would not accept your application for employment?
The ones we've talked about, red, I wouldn't.
But you just said,
No, this was not anywhere to that level of that.
okay, she asked and you said,
It was a felony.
Felony that was violent or sexual in nature.
It was violent.
so it is a red.
B.
It's red in our policy. And you're saying you don't want it to be a red. That's what I'm asking. I keep hearing contradictions between, I want there to be leniency, but I want there to be reds. Well, If there's a red, there's no leniency. If there's leniency, it's not a red.
I'd have to review their case to find out
So that's a
how
yellow.
violent it was. I'd take that. In their case, I'd take it as a yellow. But again, I don't know the law and what that defines.
So back to B, what violent felonies, what,
Can we finish our motion? We have a motion on the table for section 6. Can we finish that and then go back to section 5? Actually, and then have our budget hearing and then go back to section 5? Is everyone okay if I call for the vote on the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is on
Absolutely.
section 6, that the current wording is approval of the superintendent and notification to the board. The motion is to change that to back to recommendation of the superintendent and approval of the board. So all in favor of changing it to approval of the board, please say aye.
I,
Aye.
And those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Hey,
Okay, so that motion fails. So 6 will stay with the wording of approval of the superintendent, notification of the board. And then we'll go back to section 5 after our budget hearing. The nays were Mr. Robinson, Mr. Barnett. Am I correct?
no.
I'm sorry.
The yays were.
The yays were Mr. Robinson and Mr. Barnett. Okay. Okay, and then we'll go back to section 5 after our budget hearing and general session. You're welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education. Today is June 11th, 2024, and we are here for our annual budget meeting, one of the most important meetings of the year, which is why the crowds have all flocked to join us. Thank you for those of you that are here and those that are listening online. So we'll start with introductions down at this end. We have our attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, board member Bryce Stemford, Lisa Dean, Marilyn Richards, Nikki George. I'm Tracy Miller. This is Daryl Robinson and Brian Barnett. We have our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, associate superintendent, Dr. Mike Anderson, and our business administrator, Mr. John Larson. And welcome. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are going to start out with our Pledge of Allegiance and then reverence by Dr. Anderson.
Would the audience please rise and salute the flag in a proper manner? Repeat after me the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We often get asked in education how we measure success. I like this definition that Ralph Waldo Emerson gives. He says, to laugh often and much, to win the respect of intelligent people and the affection of children, to earn the appreciation of honest critics and endure the betrayal of false friends, to appreciate beauty, to find the best in others, to leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden, a redeemed social condition, to know even one life has breathed easier because you have lived. This is to have succeeded.
Thank you. We will now turn the time over to our superintendent, Dr. Godfrey, and our business administrator, Mr. Larson, for the budget presentation.
Don't worry, Mr. Larson is the main event here, but I do want to, as the budget officer, as outlined in the law, that's my role, I just want to first of all express confidence in Mr. Larson and his team. They do a tremendous job. Internal and external audits show that time after time. They do a wonderful job of keeping us financially stable, but more than that, they help us meet our goals and set a budget that aligns with our priorities. I have long felt that you can measure the priorities of an organization by the way that they spend their money. And the budget that we have as a district, because of the hard work of the board and Mr. Larson and his staff, reflects a focus on students, a focus on employees, and care in making sure that we are serious about our stewardship over tax dollars. There's never a time that we allocate money or spend it without thinking of the sacrifice required of taxpayers to provide that funding and the work of legislators to allocate that taxpayer money to the district. So we very much appreciate the work of the board, of John and his staff, but also really every employee of the district plays a role in using funds wisely. And I thank all those who are listening for the hard work that they do to make the most of their budget. And the way things are set up, we have leftover funding in budgets that we're able to reallocate in the coming year because people are not set up to just spend it or lose it. The vast majority of budgets are structured so that we spend those wisely and carefully. Mr. Larson and I speak very frequently about the use of funds. We're in very good communication about that, and that is the source of my trust in the work that is done by him and his department. We have lots of meetings with whiteboarding and conversations about how we use money in a responsible way. So thank you to all those involved, and I will turn that over to Mr. Larson. while he's setting up, I'll say that John prefers to project a spreadsheet as opposed to work on a whiteboard. So sometimes we do both at the same time.
Yes. Spreadsheet, more versatile. Okay. This evening, in a quick budget summary, I want to talk about the balanced budget. We have a balanced budget, negotiated agreements, construction projects, and some health insurance premium changes. And I am going to, if you'll excuse me just for a second, that did not give me my notes. So I want to correct that. There we go. Okay. Balanced budget is when we have the items that are budgeted to be spent, we have sufficient funds to cover those. Negotiated agreements this year with our groups have already been taken care of and approved by the board at the last board meeting. We have one major construction project I'll talk about, and then the health insurance premiums was probably the largest change this year. So the things I'll go over this evening are operational changes, quite a few of those to list, some state revenues, compensation, enrollment changes, which is different than prior years, as well as the assessed valuation for students, per student. So here are the operational changes that this budget reflects. Health insurance premiums is by far the largest change. It's been 9 years since we changed health insurance premiums. So that was significant. Interest revenue is also large. The federal government added $6.7 trillion into the budget, adding 43.8% of money into the money supply, which causes an increase in rates. So the interest rates have certainly come up. The COVID-19 grants are concluding. We have Juniper Elementary School that will be opening. There were some retirement system changes. The board discussed the continuation of the Walk to Read aids as well as the literacy coaches. We have increased costs in utilities and transportation of over $1 million there. State risk management has increased substantially the premium that they are charging school districts to cover them. The board allocated some funds for teacher training, and the board also set up 3 days before the start of the school year for kindergarten teachers. And the board has recommended that the middle school registration fee be reduced by $10. And we have school resource officers. The agreement there with our cities was a cost increase there for their help. And there was some money set aside for communications help as well. So those are the meat of the changes that we have operationally. When we met as a finance committee, the 3 board members on that committee asked that I give some examples of some changes that administration has done to try to reduce costs or rethink or do things differently. So this next slide is to reflect that at their request. So we've made several changes over the last couple of years to try to rethink how things are done and have eliminated these particular positions. Different positions were then discussed and brought forward that were of greater need and usually of less cost as well. So I hope these 21 positions here show that. I did remember today another position that's not on the list. So again, like it says, it's examples. This is something that the superintendent and I try to do frequently, is just rethink how positions work and whether or not there might be a different way to approach it. Okay, state revenues. This year, the state legislature increased the WPU by 5%. That's a $214 increase. They also increased the educator salary adjustment by $504. And then they required, this is school district by school district, but required Jordan School District to contribute an additional $1.7 million towards charter school costs. So our net increase of from the state is $16.5 million. Of note here is that a 1% increase to the WPU yields about $3.2 million. And WPU is the weighted pupil unit. It's kind of the basic unit of funding that the state provides us. Compensation changed this year, where we provided steps, about $6.8 million, lanes for our licensed folks who have received additional education, $1.1 million, and then pay increases about $14.8 million, so about $22.7 million here. Of particular note here is that the cost of a 1% wage increase is $4.8 million. And if you recall on the prior slide, 1% increase to the WPU is $3.2 million. So they are based on two different numbers, so they do not equal one another. Our enrollment, this is interesting to me. The budget was built on the projection that was available a few months ago, and it has a decrease of 21 students for next year. So this is what the budget was based on. There will be, obviously this isn't going to be exact and right. There's going to, once we get the final enrollments in, it will change, and it may even change further down. We'll have to see. The assessed valuation per student of the district has also decreased for this coming year, but you can see a very large increase a couple years ago as all the properties were reassessed and brought up. That is also a projection for this next year. As values change and as enrollment comes in, we'll readjust that number. Of note, here is the 5 school districts within Salt Lake County and how we compare on the assessed valuation per student with them. So you can see Salt Lake School District has a much higher assessed valuation per student, and we are the lowest of the 5 districts and just under Granite School District. The reason this is significant is because when we talk about budgets for Jordan School District, we have to be mindful that we don't have the tax base that other districts have to service this, each of our students. Zip code does still matter in school district funding. This slide is to illustrate that fact and how much funding difference there is. If each of the 5 school districts within Salt Lake County levied the exact same tax rate, Jordan School District would receive $1,811 less per student than Murray School District, and $6,539 less than Salt Lake School District. So it is quite significant. Statewide, however, we are not at the bottom. We're probably a third from the bottom. The average in yellow here is a simple average, not a weighted average, based on the districts across the state. But you can see that there certainly are many school districts that have a higher funding level than Jordan School District. Of note on this, if you look at the top, Park City, Rich, North Summit, and then down at the bottom, South San Pete and Nebo, those are the extremes. And if you look at the tax rates, then it flips. Those that have a high assessed valuation can have a lower tax rate. So you have Park City, North Summit, and Rich down at the bottom with a lower tax rate. And you have South San Pete and Nebo with a very high tax rate due to their lower assessed valuation per student. And again, the yellow is the simple average, and Jordan School District is there in green. So what is the total tax yield? If you multiply those two together, you can see that the assessed valuation weighs very heavily on this. And once again, Jordan's about a third of the way from the bottom there. The operational yield, this is the taxes that we can use to pay teachers, custodians, pay for utilities, keep the lights on, keep everything moving and operating. The tax yield that we have here is significantly lower than the rest of the state. And you can see they're pretty grouped there at the bottom. Jordan is just $3 higher than Nebo. In the orange is the amount of state money that the state legislature provides to try to help offset some of those disparities. The taxes used for facilities, this would be our capital as well as debt taxes, are shown here in this slide, and where they shake out across the state. I use those slides just to update the board where we are so that you understand. I think based on these yields, we're doing a pretty good job based on our counterparts and the ones close to us, and as well as across the state. We're doing pretty well. Okay, a financial overview. I'm going to spend some time going through each of the funds of the district. We have 8.
Can I ask a question about the last slide?
Yes.
So facilities yield, there's a green, and I don't see what that means.
Green is just to indicate Jordan.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So
And
just
then
to
the
draw
yellow is
your
the
eye to
average.
it. So that's our debt yield for the debt service we have. And we'll talk a little more about debt a little bit later on, because I think we do pretty well there in managing our debt. We have 8 funds of the district. I'll spend some more time on some of the more significant funds and a lot less time on some of the others. But overall, if we took a district-wide approach and looked at everything, we have 21.4% of the taxes, property taxes, that the board levies are required by the state in order for us to receive the state funding we receive. The state unrestricted funding is 25.2%. And of note for me is state restricted funding is now higher than unrestricted funding at 29.1%. And of course, all of the federal money we receive, all 4.4% of it, is also restricted. So the taxes that the board has some influence on, which we do include the debt service levy, even though that requires a vote of the populace, that is 11.4%, and a smaller amount. So if you look at this, 80.1% of our revenues is determined by the state or the federal government in some fashion. District-wide, a line chart to show you the spending of the past 3 years, the amended budget, as well as the proposed budget, and our fund balance. The amended budget is always going to be a little high because of grants that are coming in that may not be spent in the current year. However, they are approved, they are authorized to be spent, and therefore they are budgeted. But we know that many of them will not be spent completely out by the end of the year, and so those funds will roll over into next year and be available for use next year. We also have carryover budgets I like what the superintendent said about use it or lose it budgets are very hard and cause people to spend unwisely. We try to do carryover budgets so people can plan and budget appropriately for their needs. And so similarly, that means they've been authorized in the current year, but we know a lot of that won't be spent in the current year, and so therefore will be carried over to the subsequent years. Okay, so that's district-wide. Now look at the general fund. The general fund is, by definition, anything that's not in the other funds. But that's not a very fun definition. So I've given you a couple purposes here that the general fund really addresses. This is our salaries, benefits, textbook supplies, utilities, those kind of things. We're looking at a fund balance of the general fund of $63.9 million. It's designated into these groupings. And this slide indicates the date of when some of these things were committed by the board to cover those balances. The retiree benefits has been of note for the board for several years, but I may call your attention to it. It is very low. It is depleting and reducing rapidly. This slide gives you a little bigger picture of the fund balance for last year, the current year, and next year. As required by state law, next year's budget does show a zero in the unassigned balance. But that will, like we talked about, that will certainly come about. And the next slide, I'll show you that. But these other areas where we've budgeted, they've gone to zero, and you can see just where we think other things are going to land at the end of the year. This next slide is the slide without contingencies or carryovers. So this is the one the board has traditionally been a little more interested in. It takes out some of those oddities that are involved in the budgeting and gives a little more of a direct or a realistic view of where things may land. Again, those retiree benefits are coming down. Okay, the general fund line chart. This one has a couple additional lines aside of revenue and expenditure to include expenditures and fund balance without the contingencies. So you can see it with the contingencies and carryovers and without it. And the fund balance, as a result, is much more realistic and in line with where we think it should be. The general fund has different categories as required by the NCES, National Center for Educational Statistics of the Federal Department of Education. These are their definitions and what is included in those for your reference. This is the pie chart showing how the spending is allocated among those categories, the functions. The function shows what the purpose of the money is. And the budget indicates 67.3% of the money has been allocated directly for classroom instruction. Outside of that, our next largest one is operation and maintenance of facilities. This includes our facility folks that repair and do things around the buildings, but also our custodians and utilities. Utilities ends up being significant as a percentage of any school district budget, but ours on a dollar basis is significant just simply due to the size of around $20 million. The next highest is going to be student services. So these are services meant to assist students with their needs, such as school counselors.
Not the Student Services Department.
Correct. In fact, the technical phrasing here is support services for students. So yes, not Student Services Department. And here is a demonstration of what we call by object, how it is broken out. And object is what it is we're receiving, the good or service. So 88.9% of the money here is being spent on personnel, people. Public education is very much about people, a people business. 11.1%, the remaining 11.1 is spent on other things such as the utilities we talked about. The general fund has certainly changed in how we receive our money over the years, and we've had to change over the last 10 years in order to meet this change. This is a slide I appreciate because it I think demonstrates the struggle that school districts, principals are having. State unrestricted money has fallen from 49% of our budget to 34%. State restricted funding has increased from 22% to 31%. And the state required property taxes has increased from 19% to 25%. So it has certainly shifted the way things look and how things are operating. All of those state restricted funding sources, by the way, are use it or lose it budgets. I can't change that.
Question on that, John?
Yeah.
On one of the previous slides, you mentioned, I think, that 89% of the funding was for people.
Yes.
So a large portion of the restricted funds is going for people. It would have to be that way, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely correct. For example, the educator salary adjustment is 100% restricted for people. Much of TSSA and trust lands is used for people to hire additional people. We have special ed funding is mostly people that are being hired in those areas as well.
So the state is providing the funds, and they're telling us exactly where they want us to spend it.
Yes.
That's what restricted means, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Some people call them earmarks. Might be another way to look at it. Okay. Debt service fund. This is our mortgage payments for the buildings that we have constructed. This chart for me is kind of fun. We are paying off our debt rapidly. Our annual payments for it has declined quite a bit and will be declining this coming year. As a result, the tax rate for debt service payments is falling quite a bit. Just this morning, we got the green light from the State Tax Commission on our tax rates. So we, with Mr. Mott's help, we scrambled to look at the tax rates, and at the end, we'll show you how that is. But the debt service rate will be falling significantly. But we just tax how much we need to bring in order to maintain a minimal fund balance here in case something goes a little wrong. Here's our debt service. We expanded this chart from prior years. Now it's a 15-year chart. But I wanted you to be able to see how the debt was coming down before the bond election in 2016, and then how the debt went up and now is falling back down again. To me, this is significant because it shows how quickly it can change, up as well as back down. And the idea here is maybe we'll keep this 15-year chart so that you can kind of see that progress. Additional note on this slide is, should the board want to, although I would not recommend it, you could go into debt an additional $2.5 billion. That's our legal debt incurring capacity. This slide does not discuss any of the lease revenue bonds, which are taken care of in the capital fund, not the debt service fund. Debt service fund is legally restricted simply for these general obligation bonds, so the public knows what they voted for happened. Here's our debt service level per student across the state. Again, Jordan is in green, and the simple state average is in yellow. So although we have significant debt, we are not anywhere near the level of others across the state. In fact, we're quite low. So let's talk about that capital projects fund. This is the fund where we build, renovate, construct, make some equipment purchases, buy buses, and service the lease revenue bonds. Because of the nature of this fund, the line graph is always a little odd. Things are moving as bond proceeds come in and then they are spent. Of note on this slide, the board just a couple months ago opted to not construct an additional school, and so there is some money sitting here as well. The board has discussed using some money for some renovations and things, but wanted to hear about the seismic study that the board has asked be done on several of its schools. So you do have some money here to address several needs once we have those results back. Of course, the largest project we've been working on this year as well as into next year's budget is going to be Juniper Elementary to relieve Ridgeview Elementary. This is going to be the 4-5-6 school. That was constructed with lease revenue bonds and is scheduled to open in August. The Nutrition Services Fund takes care of our school lunch and breakfast programs. There are no property taxes associated with this fund, just the charges for meals, as well as some state and federal dollars that come in to help offset and keep these costs low. We did have a meal price increase this current year, a year ago, and so this reflects it. There is no meal price increase requested this year, and this is why the federal government in 21-22 gave a substantial amount of money that we knew would be going away, and it does reflect that. It went away there in 22-23, and so with that down and with food prices and personnel prices up, there's a gap there in funding. However, there is a fund balance there to see us through for a few years and try to level out and then maybe address some lunch prices later as needed. But we don't want to touch that until we know something else has changed. We feel good about where we are now. The self-insurance fund takes care of all of the insurances for the school district: health, accident, workers' compensation, otherwise known as industrial, disability, and life insurance. The health insurance premium last saw an increase in 2015-16. So it's been 9 years. And 9 years of no health insurance premium is pretty significant and substantial. But it does also mean that we are, there was significant and substantial changes this year as a result. This graph demonstrates those changes in the funding for our insurance fund as well as the costs of the insurance fund. And you can see the dramatic decrease in the fund balance there. The fund balance for the current year is mostly due to our industrial balance, not health insurance. The health insurance balance is going to be pretty minor at $658,000. Therefore, premiums were increased, changes were made, and the target for this fund, if the board recalls, is 35%. Fund balance at 35% due to the high volatility of health care costs and to allow things to proceed like the balance allowed the last couple of years as well, even in periods of high volatility.
What amount would be 35% then?
Oh, of just the health insurance piece, I want to say it was 25 million.
We're significantly below that.
Oh,
right?
yeah. We are significantly below that. And so something we need to work on in order to have that safety net like we have utilized is we're going to need to build that fund balance back up slowly. I don't have any interest in building it up rapidly, just over time, taking prudent measures and trying to make sure that there is a small profit, if you will, each year. Because we're self-insured, the profit stays with the program and we can cover ourselves into the future. But we need to have more revenues than expenses for a few years here in order for this to come back. But boy, oh boy, am I glad we had it. That balance really came in when we needed it. I mentioned significant changes. The changes, of course, not just premium increases, but there were changes to coverages as well. So deductibles increased for all of the plans, and co-pays increased. Of course, the STAR plan, being the HSA plan, doesn't have co-pays. Or you could say its copay is $500. But co-pays increased, and then the premiums increased as well. And within this budget is the district covering the full premium increase for the value and STAR plans and an equivalent dollar amount for the traditional plan, which is then roughly about 87% of the premium increase. Okay, these last few funds I might go quickly, but if you have questions, please let me know. The pass-through taxes fund, this is a fund to separate the money that we would have received had it not gone to another entity. We're required to show it as an in and out, even though we don't get it. We don't ever receive it. So this includes monies that are that we send to municipalities as well as charter schools. And this next year, we're looking at that being about $30.4 million in total. So the fund balance here is always zero. There is no money remaining. The amount we send to charter schools this next year, I mentioned earlier, is increasing $1.7 million. So we'll be sending $6 million next year to help charter schools.
Can you talk about that for just a minute?
Yeah.
That's a significant, it's a 50% jump, right, from the previous year?
Yeah, very significant jump. So what happened is the calculation the state runs to determine how much a school district has to contribute into this is based on your revenues that you bring in and how much funding you have per student, as well as other factors across the state. So this is unique to every school district, and this is increasing because our revenues increased. And so they're saying if your revenues increase, then you share those revenues with the charter schools. Does that help? I might add, some people have asked me on this, well, is this all the money that charter schools receive? And the answer is no. No, they still receive all the state funds that we receive as well. And the state provides triple this amount in lieu of property taxes as well. So this is just I'm not sure how to, they're looking for a cost-sharing mechanism with school districts, the state, and school districts together funding charter schools. Are you good, President? Okay. The Jordan Education Foundation assists the district with fundraising efforts and community outreach in raising money for the school district. So you can see a history here. The budget on this one, we always set high with optimistic views of having increased donations, but we also want to abide by the legal requirement that we can't exceed the budget. So if we receive a very large donation, then we've got it covered. The Student Activities Fund is set aside to cover the monies that are received and collected at a school, such as student fees, student activities, donations, fundraisers, extracurricular activities. This fund doesn't have a big change this year, but it will next year due to changes at the legislature requiring changes here. So this fund has had a declining fund balance for several years now. And we anticipate that again. Across the state, I didn't prepare a graph on this, but across the state, we look very, very good on this one. What we bring in, we utilize.
Which is the way it should be. We charge fees this year, we should be using them for the kids this year, and I think that's an issue that the board recognized a few years back, that we were charging some fees that didn't need to be charged. So having that fund balance come down, I think, is a good thing.
Yes, yeah. The fund balance here, though, just to clarify, I agree with you, but it won't be zero. It won't be zero because it's not that restricted. And there's going to be fees collected in one year that are going to be spent the next year, and that's just the nature of operating a school. Okay, so let's talk about tax rates. The tax rates that I'll be showing here does reflect a certified tax rate, with Jordan School District being revenue neutral, plus receiving new growth funds for any new developments. The actual tax rate is still undetermined. We don't have that yet. Although just this morning we got some of it. We didn't get all of it. We are still waiting for the state basic levy to be calculated. I anticipate we'll get that within the next week. And I've got a slide here to show some ranges there. As a reminder, the certified tax rate is all of the existing properties multiplied by a certified rate that the county auditor calculates that will equal the prior year's revenue. So if values go up, the rate has to go down. If values go down, the rate has to go up. There is no adjustment for inflation, but we do receive new money for new construction for something that didn't exist last year that was constructed this year. Property taxes on those properties will come in. The basic state levy is set by the legislature, and therefore is not subject to the certified tax rate. Legislature can set it at whatever rate they desire. And the debt service levy is also not subject to the certified tax rate because it is just set to equal the debt service payments. So here are the tax rates that we anticipate them being for next year. And again, this is certified tax rates, except for the basic levy. We've included there what we were told the estimate would be. at a 001484. That would be an increase of a quadruple 078 tax rate. The voted levy staying the same, the board's levy falling, 000163, the capital levy falling, quadruple 075, and the debt levy falling, 000111. So an overall decrease in the tax levy is what it's looking like. And of course, we don't have the basic levy, so that one will change. So how does the tax impact? What about the average homeowner? So I included this slide as an effort to try to show home values on an average basis have gone up. 2 years ago, 586,000. Last year, 582,000. But this year, the county is telling us that the average home value is 613,000. So in the middle of this slide, we have the state's basic levy, the Jordan School District levies, and the charter levy. Although 2 of those the board has no say in, they are considered under Jordan's purview, so they are listed. You can see the dollar amounts then that were charged each year. In 2022, when you add all of those up, 1923, last year 1837. This year, depending on if the basic levy stays the same or if it goes up to the estimate provided by the legislature as well as the Utah State State Board of Education, will depend on whether or not the average taxpayer will have an increase of $5 or a decrease of $21 in their taxes.
And when do we know that by?
Hopefully within the next week.
That's the one we're waiting for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So I would just like to point out for the board that the middle column, the items that you do have some control over, those are falling. And that is due to the debt levy falling. So the Jordan School Board's taxes will be falling there. What is that? $56 on an average home this coming year. That is roughly equivalent to an 8.9% decrease, or about $7.2 million overall. Now that's not to say, I'm not bringing any of that up to cause any alarm. I just find that interesting. Whenever the board looks to adjust things from the certified tax rate, there's this process of truth in taxation you have to go through where there's all of these disclosures and things, but similar disclosures are never required outside of a year of truth in taxation. So I thought, why not disclose it and show you what it is in a year outside of truth in taxation so you can see what that looks like. Okay, so this is based on a $100,000 home value. The prior slide was but this slide is meant, obviously there is no quote average home out there. Everybody's property taxes and values change independent of one another. So basing it on $100,000 of value, any homeowner can then look at this and multiply it out and see a rough estimate of where they will be. There are asterisks on this slide indicating the 3 years where there was a truth in taxation hearing held. The blue, dark blue at the bottom, and the green, those are the state required property taxes. The red is the debt service. You can see how that has fallen over the last couple of years. So no surprise, but truth and taxation hearing is not scheduled this year. And that really concludes my presentation. I just have 3 things that I need the board to help me with tonight, and that is to adopt the 23-24 final amended budget. Number 2 is to adopt the 24-25 proposed budget. And number 3, although we just this morning got some of those certified tax rate information, the budget is required to be prepared long before that data is available. And so we need to be able to go in and just adjust those revenue numbers to reflect those amounts. And that, of course, then alters some of the state budgets that those monies go to the state. So number 3 is to authorize us to make those adjustments. And of course, within the week or so, whenever we get the state's basic levy, to make those adjustments as well.
I find it so interesting every year that we're required by law to pass our budget before the state gives us our final numbers.
Yeah. We have to have our tax rates into the state by June 22nd. The budget has to be approved by June 30th. So if the board wanted to, we could hold the budget hearing later, but it really doesn't alter things much because I still have that June 22nd deadline, and I would have to know now, board, are you wanting to alter these rates? I have to know that ahead of time. So that's why we do the budget hearing now.
Is changing those required dates possible to make a legislative priority?
It could. I don't know if it'll make a difference, though.
Yeah, the timing of when all of this comes together is very, very tight for the county personnel. You have the county recorders trying to record everything, the county assessors trying to reevaluate everything, and they're trying to get all of this just massive amounts of data in so the county auditor can calculate the certified rate and for the state tax commission to review it and be okay with it as well.
But
That's what happened up to now.
back a month, and maybe that would.
Well, but then you have the problem of if there's an entity that does truth and taxation,
That's true.
and the notices are required to go out in July, so the truth and taxations can happen in August, so that they're finished by September, so that everybody can redo their work, so the notices can go out in October.
So our workaround really is what we created several years ago, where we amend the budget throughout the year.
Yes. So great reminder that the budget really is a living document. You can adopt something tonight, but if there was one of you that just really felt uncomfortable about something, you could request, I want to review that again and suggest a change to the board. The budget is not set in stone. It is merely a plan of action of where we're headed and what to do. The one thing that is kind of set in stone is if you're going to alter the tax rate, I do need to know that tonight. I can't wait till, say, the July board meeting and have you say, I wished we had changed that. At that point, it's too late. It has to be in by June 22nd.
Yeah.
Are there any additional questions for Mr. Larson? We just want to thank you on behalf of the board, you and your staff, and appreciate and acknowledge some of your staff that are here.
Yes,
tonight also. Thank
I
you
saw
so much.
two, right? Yep, 2 of them. We got Dan Ellis, Mr. Dan Ellis, who is the Director of Accounting, Budgets, and Audits, and Mr. Jason Mott, who is our Senior Accountant, that do a lot of this work. Mr. Mott in particular is very instrumental in putting together the budget book, the budget presentation. So very much appreciate their work they're excellent to work with.
Thank you, and thank you for all of your efforts to be extremely conscious of taxpayer dollars and how they're being spent, and making sure they're being spent appropriately. We really appreciate all of your work on this.
Thank you.
Okay, we have patron comment on the budget, and then we have 3 motions that we will need made. I don't see anyone that has signed up for patron comment on the budget. Is there anyone that is here to comment on that? Okay, let's go to our motions then.
Okay. I move that we adopt the 2023-24 final amended budget.
I second.
Okay, we have motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Mr. Dunford to adopt the 2023-24 final amended budget. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Mr. Barnett.
I move that we adopt the 2024-25 proposed budget.
I second.
Motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Dean to adopt the 2024-25 proposed budget. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously.
I move that we authorize any budget adjustments necessary to reflect funds received from the certified tax rate.
I second the motion.
Motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Dean to authorize any budget adjustments necessary to reflect funds received from the certified tax rate. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. We have a budget for this next year. Thank you, everyone.
Can we clap?
We should clap. It's a big deal.
Just awkward silence.
Yes, yes. It's a good thing. No
Thanks.
raise in taxes, lots of good, worthy things it's being spent on. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Larson.
I would like to point out that there are some fascinating little charts and information in this budget that I would hope you took advantage of. Can I just share one? Probably the thing that I love the most.
What page?
If you'll turn to page 56,
Of
the
the
very,
budget
very
book?
end of the budget book,
Okay.
which is now the official budget book, but I'm looking at the temporary. I want to show you what our staff has included. This is a look at the large Wasatch Front schools. He has included the number of students, the assessed value per student, tax yield, administrative cost. Now look at the next one. Administration per student. Now there are those that accuse Jordan of being heavy on administration, but look how we compare to the Wasatch Front. The percentage of administrative costs to overall costs, instructional costs, instruction per student. This is a fascinating chart, and whoever put it together, thank you so very much. I just think that was just very informative. Thought you might enjoy noticing that.
Yeah, thank you for pointing it out. I agree. These are my favorite pages of the budget book, to be able to compare how we are with other districts, and Jordan looks very, very good. Okay, thank you. We will now move into our general session open meeting, and our first item is our resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Richards.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Amy May Hessing Allen, teacher and teacher specialist. Patsy Ann Coates Duma, media assistant.
Thank you. Do we have any board member recognitions tonight?
I always do.
Go ahead.
So, and I just want to say how much I love the City Journal. I find out about things happening with students in our district and things in our schools. And I wanted to mention a couple of the things that I read in the City Journal. So the first attendant for the Western Stampede 2024 royalty is Reagan Wilson, who in the article it said as a sophomore at Bingham High School, but I think now that school is over, we could consider her a junior. Has a 4.0 GPA. She's in the Mandarin Chinese Bridge program. She is a 2-time letter winner in swim, and here are a couple of her rodeo royalty type of accomplishments. She has a two-handed county. She is a two-handed county grand champion and third place title at the National Horse Bowl. And I don't really know what those two things are, but they sound amazing. And another thing that I saw in the City Journal was Hayden Peak Elementary 6th grader Olivia Millett was one of 3 Jordan School District students who won National PTA Reflections Awards of Merit, and Olivia's was for literature. The other 2 students weren't named, but I just feel a huge sense of appreciation for all of our PTA volunteers that help students express themselves through reflections, and especially now at the end of the school year, PTA organizations at all the schools are probably finally breathing a sigh of relief if they have been able to get their budgets reconciled and turned in because of all of the teacher appreciation and field days and grad nights. So I just wanted to say that. And then, speaking of grad and graduate, it was my pleasure to attend 4 graduations in our district. It is amazing to be surrounded by so much optimism and promise, and I feel like the graduates symbolize the sacrifice and hard work and love of so many people, and they're just so full of potential. But and I really appreciate being able to say I declare this class officially graduated, because that gets a ton of applause. But I also just, this might sound funny, but that was nothing compared to at West Jordan High School's graduation. Wyatt Johnson, he had a flawless delivery of President Thomas Whitmore's inspirational speech from the movie Independence Day. And that was his speech, and it was amazing. So, okay, and then I also wanted to mention that the school district is serving free breakfast and lunch to students, and you can see the banners at the schools if people are interested in participating in that. I know I have a ton. Yeah. And another thing is West Jordan Middle School, I mentioned it 2 weeks ago. They have, I think it's on this Wednesday, so tomorrow it begins the haircuts for $8 between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m., and it's walk-ins only, and these haircuts will be given by barbering students from the JATC program. And one last thing, I feel so pleased the Jordan School District's outstanding teacher of the year was Angus Douglas, and I feel so blessed. My daughter was not in his class, she was only in 5th grade, but she was part of a club that he administered with a couple other teachers, and it is just amazing, his accomplishments in helping all of his students experience growth in reading. So it was fun to be there and see him receive that award.
Thank you. Do we have any other board member recognitions? Superintendent, do you have a recognition tonight?
Just want to thank all those employees who continue to have contract days over the summer and are asked, so what do you do all summer? And there's a lot of hard work going on. And I appreciate the facilities folks in particular who keep our grounds looking great, but also are working on the big projects in a smaller and smaller window as the summer gets shorter and shorter, it seems, every year. So thank you to all those who are working hard and have their contract days go through the summer. And I also know a lot of off-contract work goes on as well, but I hope everyone, regardless of your situation, gets a chance to take some time away. So thanks to everyone.
Thank you. We will now move on to the public comment section of our agenda. And aside from voting on a budget tonight, this is also a really important part of our board meeting. It's our opportunity to hear comments from our public. Just to go over a few of our rules, the board does not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. So if it's relating to just one individual, we ask that you just email that to us. Comments must be age appropriate, and the board doesn't discuss issues that aren't on the meeting's agenda. So silence on an issue doesn't mean support or opposition, but we may ask staff to follow up on it, or we may address it at a future meeting. And we'll take public comment first in person and then followed. Do we have any online comments tonight? No, so just in-person ones. Okay. You'll get 3 minutes to speak, and there'll be a timer up here. And we ask when you come to the podium that you state your name. I will call your name out, but when you come to the podium, state your name so we make sure we have the right person up there. And please be respectful of the time. We've got 9 people that have signed up to comment tonight. Our first one is Mayor Dirk Burton. And I didn't see him here. Couldn't make it tonight. Okay, we will have to reach out to him and hear what he has to say later. All right, so first will be Jason Wardle, and after Jason will be Erica Wardle. So Jason.
Thank you for having me today, and thank each of you for what you guys do for our district and for our kids. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Jason Wardle. I'm a parent of a couple kids that go to Harriman High School. Actually, one just graduated, so I guess just one now. I'm also a volunteer coach for Race Cats, the hat I'm wearing. So Race Cats, if you're not familiar with them, they're a running club, an after-school running club, and we have these in a number of different elementaries in Jordan School District. There was 400 Race Cats kids signed up this year to run track and field. And the thing I love about it is there's no tryouts. Every kid that shows up and wants to run is part of the team. I love that it helps students get in better shape and, off the devices and work on, getting the physical fitness. And statistically, kids that run do much better in school. And that's through all the different levels. Our varsity athletes this year at Harriman High School, their average ACT was 30.5 and their average GPA was 3.95. So that kind of tells you what running does for kids. And I think it's a part of them learning how to do hard things. So part of my club is I'm trying to help prepare kids to compete at the high school level. This last year at the region championships for cross country, 7 of the top 10 girls were former club runners from our Race Cats teams. So it was fun to see them continue on and have success. For those that don't know, Utah is the mecca of running. We've got all 4 Olympians from North America have ties to Utah. And we have 3 of the top 10 high schools in the country are from Utah. Harriman finished #1 in the country. American Fork was #2, and Riverton was #9. So this is like the epicenter of running. There's 18,000 schools that participate in this across the country, and to have 3 in the top 10 here is pretty amazing. And the honor that these kids get, I was in in Central Park a few weeks back and was wearing my Harriman shirt, and someone came up to me and they're like, "You're from Harriman? Like we know about Harriman. Like you guys are like the top," and it's cool to see that recognition. So what are these kids doing that's bringing them success? Well, I think part of the success is they have great coaches. They have kids who buy in at a really high level, and they believe in themselves. We have Coach Souls, Coach Marcus Dixon, and formerly Coach Chase Inglestead that do an amazing job with these kids. They have super dedicated training. They work hard, harder than most kids are working, and they learn to do hard things, which I think helps them in everything they do in life. I can see them all being super successful. This last year, we had every single varsity runner that is a senior graduated had an offer to continue their running in post-high school. And I'm here because I'm just a little bit concerned that the district travel policy that we currently have in place might limit some of this future success. We feel that the program is at risk due to the school travel policy, and we're concerned that the policy might limit our kids' national exposure and reduce opportunities for our student athletes. So we're also fearful in losing our coach to another district that is more travel friendly, and we would like to see how we can collaborate and work together with the Jordan School District to bring opportunity and honor to these athletes and help us revise that school travel policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Erica Wardle, followed by Brandon Wolf.
All right, my comments along the same vein. So I'm a parent of 2 former, 1 current, and 1 future member of the Harriman High School cross country and track teams. And so I've witnessed firsthand the transformative power of the sport of running. Our oldest son introduced our kids to running when he wanted to join the youth rec center program when he was 9 years old, and the siblings kind of just followed suit. As the years went on, he aged into high school and was busy with student government and everything else. He kind of used track and cross country as a little bit of a social club for him. So he didn't, break the 5 minutes, mile mark until his senior year, which his sister is now caught up to him. In 2022, when he graduated, only 1 Harriman student was offered the opportunity to run collegiately, and we were very excited about that at the time. Fast forward a mere 2 years later, and under the coaching of Doug Souls and his team, he's taught our kids to set their sights on national championships rather than settling for simply competing in regional dual meets and small local invites. We now have 5 kids who have signed letters to compete for Division I schools. We have 4 going to Utah State and 1 going to SUU just from our seniors from our school. Watching my daughter, so my daughter just graduated, watching the self-confidence that she's gained over the course of the last couple years and the opportunities that she's had to compete has been nothing short of a miracle. When these kids that go to these out-of-state meets and get these experiences at these larger meets get on the start line at our state cross-country and track meets, they are unfazed. They have competed in much more intense situations before, and they can go out there with the swagger and confidence that can only come from experience. This week, our daughter put on her Aggie singlet for the first time as she's beginning her summer training, and just the pride and happiness in her face to see that she's made it that far. As a parent, nothing can top that. It's impossible to relay the work that goes on behind the scenes to get to the point that our team has reached in such a short amount of time. To say that these kids are dedicated doesn't even begin to scratch the surface. They're athletes, amazing students, leaders, and they know what it means to work hard. I will say that people don't generally understand all that goes into track and cross country. It's a different animal than most other sports. Everything is based on time. And training and competing here at Elevation, you're not getting the times often that you need to qualify for state or to run collegiately. They have the opportunity that they get to go to, compete at these national meets at sea level or even down to St. George. They begin hitting those times and colleges begin to see them. So it can't be overstated. There's many other sports that get a chance to do that through clubs. Swim has clubs, volleyball, basketball. You can get onto a club and do those national meets through those clubs. Utah doesn't really have that for distance running. There's not a club for distance running. The high school is what we have. So to get our students to be able to be seen and recognized outside of the state of Utah by coaches and colleges, we really need these out-of-town meets to be able to compete at this high level.
Thank you. Can you please wrap up?
Thank you.
Brandon Wolf, followed by Mandy Randall.
Hello, thank you for having me. Same topic. My name is Brandon Wolf. I was going to wear my Harriman suit so I could match your style. You guys look really good, but I didn't have one, so I got to find that. I have several kids, 3 kids who have done the Harriman. 2 are at Harriman right now, 1 graduated, and also 1 that's in the Race Cats program. Oh, will you throw me the hoodie, Macy, the hoodie? So I brought the one and only hoodie with all the signatures of the national champions. This is the Harriman team when they came back from nationals. My son, who's 12, he got all their autographs. It has been incredibly inspiring to see these athletes. Just a couple years ago, they were 9th at state, and they advanced to now 1st in the nation. It is incredible to see the change. What's crazy is we're not even asking for I don't even want to do travel ball. I don't want to be out of town all the time. I want my kids to be successful in school. We want them to be successful students and athletes. So there are some programs that are like, oh, we travel all the time, it's crazy expensive, etc. All we need is a little more flexibility than 1 overnight for a travel policy. And so we look at other school districts. You've got like Alpine School District. You've got Cache. Cache allows for 4 overnights. Alpine allows for 2. Alpine, by the way, has Lone Peak and AF, which are very competitive teams with a couple nights over. Granite has more freedom for the principal to decide. Our proposal really is, can we give a little more onus on the principal who sees the GPA, sees whether they're excelling academically, and whether we're following all the guidelines, all the policies to make sure they're safe. We care about our students' safety. Can we give a little bit more to the principal? At a bare minimum, can we get 1 more travel night in the policy? That would give us 2. And can we not count in-state meets as a travel overnight? You could do it in a day. You can go to St. George early. You can run a race. You can come back the same day. It's not safe for the kids. If we excluded in-state as an overnight, that would be a huge benefit to the team, and it wouldn't risk the students that are going to race anyway because it's elevation and they love it, but it won't risk that unsafe travel. So the ask is, can we open up 1 or 2 more nights of travel? And can we eliminate in-state as an overnight? That would be incredibly gracious, and we could continue this program that is set for national competition that'll bring a ton of success and all the other benefits that have been explained to the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Mandy Randall, followed by John Nunley.
Hello, my name's Mandy Randall. I'm a parent of Riverton students. I have 2 sons there, a daughter that's running as a freshman. I have kind of both ends of the spectrum with running. I have a freshman daughter who's never done sports in her life, no sports of any kind. And she wants to run, and she started this week. And she's doing it because she has seen her brother, she has seen the fun, she has seen the camaraderie, and she's excited. Riverton had 137 kids at their practice this week. This is affecting multiple families and multiple, the kids going down behind them. I have a couple more daughters that want to run too. My son is the top runner this coming year for Riverton. He's competed at all of the races out of state this year, school related and non-school related. He is dyslexic. When he was in 5th grade, he started discovering I'm not as smart in some ways as other kids. And so around that same time, he found running. Thank goodness, he's a former race cat as well. And he found that he was really good at it. This gave him a place, and other kids striving for excellence. With all of the trips that he's done, he has a 4.0 this entire year. He has a 504 plan to allow for some of his needs. And he has got his best scores at the St. George meet. And after that meet has gotten calls from University of Michigan, and almost every coach in the state is looking at him, and he will likely have all of his education paid for college. When at second grade, we didn't know if he would be able to learn to read. And so the confidence that this has given him, and a home with 130 friends, 250 on the track team, if you're not just talking about cross country, it gives these kids a place to belong. You don't have to be a certain level. And the elite athletes, it gives them something to strive for at a national level. This is a different beast than other sports. They get to represent nationally our school district. And I think they did that so well this year. And thank you for hearing me out. And I hope that I'm with them on their proposal of what they, of what the others have said. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Nunley, followed by Michelle Perry.
Thank you for having me here tonight. I, like these others, have a runner. My son's was a junior, now to be a senior at Riverton High School, and he ran with Race Cats as well. And not to repeat what's already been said, but just the point I would really like to make is these kids work so hard. My son, I've seen him running hours and hours for weeks and all year, and up at 5 a.m. and running, and that's pretty universal to these kids that are able to compete at a high level. And many of these high-level kids would like to have the opportunity to run at the next level, and these out-of-state meets are critical to have those opportunities. If they're just running here locally, they're running at high elevation, they're not laying down times that are seen at sea level and at these other places. And so to have the opportunity to run in Arizona and California and Oregon are critical to giving these kids opportunities to be exposed to colleges and have scholarship opportunities. These varsity kids, like Harriman, have had most of their runners offered scholarship positions, and my son's starting to get some interest. But without these out-of-state opportunities, they wouldn't have that opportunity. So I would just like to echo what's been said, is if we could keep those opportunities available to travel to some of these out-of-state meets and not limit it to one overnight, it would give these kids opportunities. My son, if nothing else, he's not going to be an Olympic runner. He's not going to be a national champion likely, but if running gives him the opportunity to go to school and have his college education paid for, that's a huge deal. And like Mandy mentioned with her son, my son had a 4.0 every semester this year. That's with a few out-of-state travel and missing classes. So these cross-country and track kids are performing at a high level on the track and in cross-country, but also in school and in their academics. So hopefully going forward, if you would consider a change to the policy that would allow some flexibility to the principals to allow this overnight travel, it would really be appreciated, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Michelle Perry, followed by Melanie Ogamo. Don't know if I'm saying that one right.
Hi, my name is Michelle Perry, and I've been involved in schools ever since my kids have been in kindergarten. I recognize many of you coming into our schools. My kids got involved in cross country last year. I have an incoming freshman or ninth grader and a junior, and they had not ran prior to last year and started running and became the love for it. I was made aware today of this policy and request for change, and I would be brokenhearted if my son last year was not able to go to Foot Locker because he was not an elite runner that would have went to the other meet. And so if there was restrictions where they were only allowed to go one out-of-state travel and him not have that experience, that would have been heartbreaking, and the love that he's shown and continued on and continuing on for the rest of his life, this great habit and scholarship opportunities, I would be brokenhearted if he missed that. And I ask for your consideration for that change as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melanie Ogomo, so close. I have a child that's ran at Airman High School for the last 4 years. He's been on the varsity team. Thankfully, he has gotten some wonderful opportunities. Again, started with Race Cats and moved his way up. He has traveled quite a bit in the last 2 years, going to California, Oregon. Actually, he went to California twice. Oregon. He's just excelled when it comes to cross country and track. And because of that, we actually had our first college home visit a week ago, and it's just been amazing to see all these college coaches reaching out to him as he's about to enter his senior year. And if he wouldn't have went to some of these California meets, Woodbridge, Foot Locker, stuff like that, his name might not have gotten out there. On top of that, he was part of the NXN team that won first place this last year. So he has spent several months being able to go around and get awarded from different entities throughout the state of Utah, and that has been amazing. You know, like you said, my name is very hard to pronounce, and it's really nice to be able to have everybody able to pronounce his name because they have seen it so much. And same with all of the other opportunities like the kids on his team has watched him do. So, and then on top of that, I do have a young one, first grader, that is at Race Cats. And all he looks up to is all these teenagers that come over to our house on a regular basis for pancake breakfast and seeing them get all A's on their homework. And, you know, that's a really good thing to watch my little ones look up to the bigger kids. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that is the end of our public comment list. Thank you for being here. Particularly, it looks like we have some students that are here that have come, and it's summer break, so appreciate you being here also. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to our consent agenda. So can I get a motion to approve our consent agenda items? And if you'll name those items, I would appreciate that.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda items. A, board minutes. B, contract for our superintendent. And C, contract for our business administrator.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Dean to approve our consent agenda items.
You asking for comment?
We usually don't take a comment on consent agenda, but I know we have a comment, so let's go to a comment.
I would very much like to propose to the board an addendum or an alteration of the business administrator's contract, but it expires soon. And if we don't approve it, he won't have a contract, and I don't want that. So I very much want to approve the new contract to keep it intact, but I would very much like to just notify the board that I would like not to be done with this item, and I would like to propose an addition to the business administrator's contract. So no action request other than that. I would like to make a mental note that I would like not to be done,
Okay, thank you.
even though we approve it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Dean to approve our consent agenda of board minutes, the contract for our superintendent of schools, and our contract for our business administrator. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously and probably also deserves a round of applause because that means we have a contract for superintendent and BA. And I will insert that we think we have the best superintendent and business administrator in the entire state.
And can we add to that?
Entire world.
And can we add to that, as I understand it, we can only put them on a 2-year contract. And so this comes up periodically on a regular basis, and people might say, well, why are you doing this again? But this is some limitations in the law.
That is correct. That is law, that we can only give them a 2-year contract. So now we are renewed for another 2 years.
We'd do it for a lifetime, but there's laws around that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion to accept our consent agenda items?
I move that we accept the consent agenda items, expenditures, financial statements, personnel, licensed and education support professionals, recommendation to issue certificates for home instruction, and non-compliance report.
Second.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to accept the consent agenda items A through E as stated. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously.
Just for the record, Mr. Dunford had stepped out, so
Oh,
he wasn't part of that vote.
it was not unanimous. Okay, thank you. Mr. Dunford has stepped out, so
It was unanimous with 6-0.
unanimous with the 6 board members that are here. Okay, let's take a motion for A and B together.
I move that we accept the bids for Juniper Elementary School and West Jordan Middle School, Apple iPads, and JAMF licenses.
I'll second it.
A motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the bid for Juniper Elementary School and West Jordan Middle School Apple Pads and JAMF licenses. Is there discussion to that motion?
Yeah, I'd love to just talk a little bit about this one. We've tried as a board to make sure that schools have the ability to use the equipment that they feel like will help their students to progress, and I love that policy. The decision to use iPads seems to be just short of 4 times as expensive as using Chromebooks. And I understand that there are different capabilities, and I'm not opposed to that at all, but just making it really clear that I'm not interested in increasing budgets in order to allow for that at this time, which it looks like these are all within approved budget sources, so I'm comfortable with this bid, but I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, is there further discussion or questions on these bids?
Along those same lines, then, the individual schools are given leeway in selecting the technology they'll be using. Is that am I understanding that? Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then also, just to clarify, they're not given any more budget than any other schools. They're all given the same budget and make their decisions within that budget. Okay, any further discussion or clarifications?
I've studied this extensively over the years with my graduate work, and, is Chromebook better, is iPad, and the jury's always been out. We've never been able to figure it out, among, technology experts and research. I am excited to have a couple pockets in the district that are working with iPads and with the Apple products, and I'm really interested to see what this does to educational outcomes. And it'll be interesting. I don't know if we can draw direct correlations, but I'll be watching it pretty closely.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the bids for Juniper Elementary School and West Jordan Middle School Apple iPads and JAMF licenses. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And then also, for the record, Mr. Dunford is back in the room. Okay, can I get a motion for C?
I'll make the motion that we approve the Mountain Ridge High School Chromebook license and licenses.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Mr. Barnett to approve the bid for the Mountain Ridge High School HP Chromebooks and licenses. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for D?
I'll make the motion that we approve the bid for Mountain Ridge High School athletic uniforms and apparel.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the bid for the Mountain Ridge High School athletic uniforms and apparel. Is there discussion to that motion?
I'd really like to know that dollar amount, $1,007,501,000. I'd love to know how you pull that off. I mean, that's great.
Put a comma in
Do
the
you
wrong
mean like
place.
where the comma is placed?
Yeah.
So-
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
705, or 7,501,000.
Yeah, there's
The one
an
should not be
extra.
there.
The one should
place
not be there.
It is correct in the bid summary.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
yes, in that is.
That is over a 5-year period too, but good pickup on that.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the bid for the Mountain Ridge High School athletic uniforms and apparel. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, can I get a motion for E?
I move that we approve the bid for career and technical education laser engravers.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George to approve the bid for career and technical education laser engravers. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for F?
I'll make the motion that we approve the HVAC upgrade at Silvercrest Elementary School.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Dean to approve the HVAC upgrade at Silvercrest Elementary School. Is there discussion to that motion?
I had some questions on this one. My first question was, how old is the current geothermal heat pump installation that we have there? Second question, as you're coming up, so how old was it? Second question, why was it selected over what we typically install? And last question, how many other buildings do we have with geothermal heat pumps?
Yeah, it's the original equipment that was installed when the school was built, and I apologize, I didn't bring my notes on the year. I believe it was 2008, but I could be mistaken on that one. We have 10 other buildings in the district that, or a total of 10 buildings in the district that have the geothermal heat system. It's there was quite a push on it quite a few years ago. It's a little more expensive on the initial installation of the equipment, but the idea of it was to be a cost saving on utilities on the bills over the duration of the life of the school.
Is it just this particular installation that's had problems then, or have the other 9 had issues?
We have issues with just about all of them, but Silvercrest seems to be the one that we've had the most problems with. Some of the other ones, some of the bore fields where we've had to shut down like one of the bore fields, but on Silvercrest we're 5 out of the 7, so we're at a critical stage on Silvercrest to where we may not be able to heat the building this winter.
Over the period of time where the system was functioning well, did we notice a difference then in heating or in utility costs?
Yeah, they're off the top of my head, I would guess we are maybe 10% on utility costs, but the program, my personal opinion is our climate is just a little too cool for geothermal. Some of the other areas in the state or country, they work out better. Just about all of our systems, we've had to go in and add a small supplementary boiler just to bring that water temperature up about 4 to 5 degrees, just because of our temperatures around here.
We'll be expecting, or are we expecting similar bids for the other 9 installations then?
It all just depends on if we lose those bore fields. You know, they go down quite deep. We've tried a lot of different ways. Once they start leaking, rarely does it surface. And we've tried putting helium in the lines to see if we could detect the helium as it rises, to determine where the leaks are, but we've been unsuccessful. And so this is our best solution without having to go in and drill more boreholes.
Thanks.
It opened August 2009. That's pretty close.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further questions or discussion?
Can I just ask one more? I'm curious if there's been thought or conversation about changing the system from geothermal. It sounds like it's been fraught with quite a bit of difficulty.
Yeah, we haven't installed any. Black Ridge was the last school that was installed in 2014.
Sorry, I was speaking to the 10 that have the geothermal system. Is that something on the radar that we may need to consider a different route, like replacing their systems with a different system?
We can usually make repairs to the above ground portion of it. It's when we get underground that makes it difficult to repair. So as long as, you know, our issues are above ground in the classrooms. So on these geothermal schools, they have, almost every classroom has like a residential style heating system in them. And so they're called, most of them are a Florida heat pump. And we're running into issues with, especially like Fort Harriman, being able to get parts for them. So there could be some additional costs coming down the road, but we'll take them one bite at a time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rostrom. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of approving the bid for the HVAC upgrade at Silvercrest Elementary School, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, I'm thinking that we can lump the information system ones together, except that I feels a little bit different.
What?
Want to do G, H, and J?
I can make a motion that we approve items G, H, and J. So information systems, email security software, information systems, server virtualization software, and information systems, antivirus and malware software, Trend Micro bids.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. George, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bids for information systems, email security software, Proofpoint, server virtualization software, and antivirus and malware software, Trend Micro. Is there discussion to that motion?
On the server virtualization software, I was wondering if we've ever done a price comparison with, you know, hosting servers at data centers, Amazon AWS, those other types of options that are available. Have we done a price comparison on that?
We do a pretty regular, at least once a year, kind of comparison on, has the line magically appeared where it makes sense to start putting things in the cloud versus keeping them here locally. A big piece of the contribution to it is the difference between our operating and capital budgets and how often we can get grants and E-rate fundings and things that help fund the local physical infrastructure. We do consistently evaluate that each time equipment comes up refreshed. In the case of this software, regardless of where the servers lived, if they were in a cloud environment or in our own data center, we'd still need to use this type of software.
Okay, is there any other discussion or questions? All right, so the motion is to approve the bids for information systems, email security software Proofpoint, server virtualization software, and antivirus and malware software Trend Micro. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now can I get a motion for bid I?
I move that we approve the bid for information systems parent guardian communication system.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George, to approve the bid for information systems parent guardian communication system. Is there a discussion to that motion?
I was curious what the cost difference was between this new one and what it's replacing.
Hi there, Stephanie Ellsworth, Information Systems. The cost difference is about $70,000 more. However, the comparison between what we are currently using versus this new system is a vast difference. Think of it like a Motorola old school pager that's a one-way communicator versus your latest smartphones that you can communicate two-way. The current system that we use is a broadcast system for our school offices to send messages to their patrons and community, whereas this new system is a two-way communication system that parents can communicate back to the school through text, email, and there's an app, a website, and it instantly translates messages and allows for parents to decide how they want to engage with the school, how they want to receive their messages from the school.
And will this replace Skylert, or will schools be able to choose which method they want to use?
This will replace Skylert.
And is there a plan to train the families on it then?
You know, Parent Square, one of the things that they tout is all of their training. So yeah, we plan to have a implementation, train all the schools on how to use it, and definitely provide them with communication to send home to families on how to use the system.
Which they will send home using Parent Square.
Yes. Anything else?
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions?
I'd like to know, since Mike Heaps signed all of these things, why didn't he
Where
say
is he?
anything? Yeah. Hi, Mike.
Okay, any further discussion? Thank you. So we have a motion to approve Information Systems Parent Guardian Communication System. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. All right, we are now on to our special business items, and can I get a motion for item A?
I would like to move that we approve revisions to Board Policy GP 118 midterm vacancies on the board.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve revisions to Board Policy GP 118 midterm vacancies on the board. Is there discussion to that motion? I'll just point out that the major revision there is to change the board president is to be in the only point of contact in the old policy to the executive committee, so that the executive committee can, amongst themselves as a whole, or anyone on the executive committee can be a point person. Okay, all in favor of approving the revisions to Board Policy GP 118 midterm vacancies on the board, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Superintendent's report.
Nothing to add. Thank you very much for the contract renewal and the budget approval and all these things that allow us to move forward with our work this summer. So thank you.
Thank you. Committee reports and comments by board members. Do we have any reports?
Facilities Committee would like just a couple items here. On board docs, we do have a copy of just a draft of potential summer projects, And if you look at that, let me see here. There are several that are recommended by the committee, but also a couple that we have asked Mr. Thomas's office to just do a study on and report back to us at our next committee meeting. Also, if there's anything there that you would like to recommend and get back to us, or if there's something that doesn't appear there, let's talk about that. This is just a draft, just to get us started on the next summer project list. The other thing is the Walmart design is in progress, and we'll have more information for you in August.
Thank you. Other reports or comments? I'll just update you on a couple of things. Utah School Boards Association is creating a new event this year called Legislator Day in the Classroom. And it's right now it's slated for Thursday, September 26th. And the plan is to get school districts statewide and all of our legislators statewide to be invited into a classroom for a day. So I just wanted to make you aware of that and then ask if our Government Relations Committee could help coordinate that. So if everyone's good with that, I will pass that off to Government Relations. I also want you to be aware that Utah School Boards Association has updated their website, and it was much needed. I really struggled with their website before, and it is so much better. So if you have a minute, check it out. And then also, you should have all gotten an email, but for the Master Board certification, the upgraded websites did mean that you have to get a new login for that Master Board certification. So if you didn't get the email or if you have any problems logging in, just feel free to pick up the phone and call USBA and have them help you. Summer is a good time to work on your Master Board certification. And that's it from USBA. Does someone want to give a JLC? Here. Lisa, want to tell us about the Delegate Assembly?
There were a lot of things said there, and Nikki made some comments, and I brought home a Frisbee. I am so impressed with school board members across the state, the ones that made presentations. They were very articulate, very well prepared, very well thought out. And yeah, I feel like the USBA priorities look good to me. So I cannot pull any off the top of my head right now, but you probably should have asked Nikki to give comments.
Got notes, so we'll go with
I
that.
have my notes open now. So the first half of the meeting was spent talking about legislative priorities. They have been divided into three main categories. So the first is Utah as an education leader. We're requesting an education working group so that we can meet with state leaders and K-12 public education leaders to work together to solve issues. So it's basically, this started during the session, this last session, and the leadership of JLC came together with the leadership of the state legislature, and we thought it was effective and would like to continue that ongoing. There's also create an educational funding framework to increase minimum school program above growth and inflation. Then supporting each student, we're asking for a minimum of 3% increase above inflation and growth on the WPU, and also increasing targeted funding for at-risk students. And then in policy and process, we've talked a bit about this, but the difference between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 retirement groups. And right now, the law prohibits us from being able to pay the difference for that Tier 2 group. And we are in the priorities asking that we would be able, as a school district, to fund that difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2. And then an economic stabilization account. We already have an economic stabilization account, but the general feeling is that it's not being used as it was originally intended. So we would like to establish a plan that will allocate a minimum of 85% of the available funds each year to go directly to LEAs to support educator-directed hours, small school building funds, school safety, and capital needs. So right now, this seems to have morphed into a way to fund pilot projects, and we would like to see the monies coming back to LEAs. Any questions on that? Okay. The second half of that meeting was a involved conversation regarding the support of SJR 10. So you may recall that JLC had voted to a conditional support of this SJR 10, or it's also known as Amendment A now, just heads up. We had a lot of conversation about the way that the education earmark has changed from being specific only to education over the years. And then we allowed districts to come and present arguments against our conditional support and arguments for. I am happy to go into detail on that. I thought that there was a lot of really well thought out arguments on both sides, but I will tell you the ending now. And that is because we were changing a position that had previously been taken, it required a 2/3 majority vote. All scenarios, so we voted on an opposed position, a no position, and to keep the conditional support, and none of those could get a 2/3 majority. And so the end of the meeting resulted in reverting back to the original vote. So one thing of note is that the current language in our conditional support does define it that members can take action as they see fit. So there's nothing to say that our district couldn't take a position one way or another because of this conditional support. And our board had previously talked about a desire to just provide neutral education or information to our constituents. That is not something that was ever entertained at the meeting, and I don't think there is any intention of USBA leading out on that. And so I would say that if that is still the intention of our board, it would be wise for us to make a plan and get some decisions made so that we can get that information out, if that's still our intent. I will answer any specific questions, but I don't want to be too redundant.
Is that a topic maybe for the summer? Do we call it a retreat still?
As far as I know.
The summer meeting. That might be a good topic to come up with a plan and.
Yeah, I've even wondered about an ad hoc committee.
Or an ad hoc committee.
I feel like if we talked about this a long time ago when it was kind of in the heat of the moment. It would be interesting to make sure that that's still the intent of the board before we move forward. But
do we need a 2/3 vote to change that?
I certainly hope not.
So maybe in our next meeting we can add that to the agenda, make sure we're still in agreement on that, and figure out a way to move forward.
I would be interested in that conversation.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, and thank you both for attending the meeting and for representing our district. And I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a big issue. It's an important issue. Okay, and then finally, the Jordan Education Foundation's golf tournament is coming up June 27th. If you're interested in golfing in that or know any great corporate sponsors that might want to sponsor, please contact the foundation, or you can get the information on it on the foundation website. Okay, any other reports or comments? All right, that concludes our general session. So we will take a break for 10 minutes, and then we will meet back in the study session room to finish up our study session items.
How do we find out?
Your wife?
She needs help.
their cookies, right?
Okay. All right, we are back to our study session. It's June 11th, 2024. We have 6 board members present. Mr. Dunford has had to leave, so will not be joining us the remainder of the meeting. We are on policy DP 374, employment background checks. So we'll invite June the Master and Brent Burge back to the table. We had made a decision on the wording for 6. We were still having some discussion on 5.
Sorry you had to wait for us.
No, they loved that budget hearing.
Mr. Dunford
It was
asked.
very interesting and informative. Yes.
Mr. Dunford asked, and I think Marilyn, I talked to her about this, to add to the end of 6 a phrase in a closed meeting, so it's clear that the board is provided notice in that group setting. So, but that was the one change he wanted to add.
I have a question about that. We have 6 weeks between meetings, sometimes in June, July. Does that mean no hiring? There's no other notification method? It has to be in a closed session?
If you put that in the language, that's what it would be.
Can I make a comment? I don't want this to be interpreted as my advocating for one outcome or another. But I think if, in the rare circumstance that we were bringing something forward and it happened to fall during that time period, we might just ask the board for an additional meeting held by Zoom, a brief closed session, to accomplish that. So if I were faced with that situation, that narrowly defined situation, then I think what I would do is ask the board to hold a brief Zoom closed session to address that question.
I think that is fair. I mean, because the chance of this happening is already very small. And then the chance of it happening in that 6-week window makes it even smaller. But it's good that there would be an outlet for that. So is there a motion to add in a closed session meeting?
Yes,
Marilyn?
I will
Okay.
make that motion to add to it in a closed meeting.
Second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Barnett to add at the end of 6 in a closed, notification to the board in a closed meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes with 5 of us. Just as of note, Mr. Robinson's also not in the room at the moment. Okay, so back to section 5. Have a motion if we want to just move things forward. Do you want to hear it, or does anyone else have anything they want to
You
discuss?
go for it, and I'll
Does anyone else
second
have
it.
one? This is open to discussion, but here's my motion just to move things forward. So we keep 5, we keep A and B, which is there is a felony sex offense or felony offense against a person or a violent felony, they're not eligible to be hired. And then on C, we leave that any felony alcohol-related offense or drug-related offense occurring in the previous 15 years, they would not be eligible for hire. We leave D the same, and then E, any Class A misdemeanor alcohol-related offense or drug offense occurring in the previous 15 years, that we remove that one. And so then we would still have Class A misdemeanor against a person, and we'd still have any offense related directly to the essential functions of the employee's position.
Tell me why you're removing that?
It would still follow, I was thinking about changing it to 10 years since the felony was going to be 15. I was thinking about 10, but then it falls under G, which is any offense related directly to the essential functions within the previous 10 years.
And you
When
don't
if there
think
were
we
two-
need to?
Have a second before we discuss.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay.
And you don't think we need to specify alcohol-related?
I think we leave it in there for the felony, but not for the Class A misdemeanor. But I'm open to discussion on that one. That's the one I've been debating on, is what to do with that one.
Do we have any
In fact,
input?
maybe I'll amend my motion and let's just take one line at a time. So let me just move that we leave C in there as any felony alcohol-related offense or drug-related offense occurring in the previous 15 years.
You're looking at C, right?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there still a second? Okay, so any thoughts on having that be at 15 years? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, so we'll leave that in there at 15 years. So that's C. We leave D. So now Class A misdemeanor, which is the current E, for alcohol-related offense or drug-related offense occurring in the previous 15 years. Love to hear people's thoughts on that one.
Your thought is that anything of concern in E will be covered in G.
Yes. Well, and also covered in the process. So what we're doing in this policy is just saying the human resources, you can't even consider the ones at 5. But just because we don't list it doesn't mean they're automatically going to hire people with that. They still have their process that they go through. And do you want to just briefly describe that in a nutshell
Absolutely.
again?
So again, anytime we have a background check come in, and remember this is for ESP or non-licensed, all those go to the UPAC. But for anybody else, I first do an evaluation to see if it is automatically kicked out by policy. If it is not, and it's a concerning nature, we then hold a sanctions meeting with the administrator of schools and the principal or director. And we go through a significant process where we look at how long ago it was, how many, if there's multiple convictions, what age they were at the time it occurred. There's significant things. And then we also look at the risk to the district, both financial, reputational, all of those things we look at, because many principals do not want to take on the risk of having somebody that they've been a part of hiring and then something else occurs. So that's, I think, why I think E would be removed, is we still go through a significant process to evaluate each incident.
I think from a previous discussion, one other criteria was how difficult is it to fill this position? In a previous discussion that we had, we were talking about something, and it was a position that was difficult to find someone to fill.
I think
So-
if that is at all part of the discussion, it's a minimal part, because we are still looking at the risk to the district if something were to occur after we hired them. I try not to look at if is it difficult to hire for this, because I don't think that's the right way to look at it. We're trying to make sure we hire the best people and no concerning. So is it an issue? Potentially, but it is minor as far as that goes.
You're more considering, is there student contact and is there any risk of student safety?
Correct. We're looking at if they're at a school or in a department, and then if their job specifically is related to that conviction. Many of the things we look at.
Okay. So, any thoughts on whether or not to keep E, the Class A misdemeanor alcohol-related or drug-related offense, as a separate item?
I'm interested in your take on that.
I had originally removed it because the 15 years was the same as the felony level, the number of years, and so I originally said remove it. Generally, we don't hire anybody even with a Class A misdemeanor. And the significant process we go through, I don't believe it's an issue to remove that specific statement, because up till now, the only thing we've had is felony or no felony, and we've still evaluated every case as a case by case. So I would recommend removing it, but you certainly can.
I'm just putting this out there. I mean, you could move it down to C, and that's the yellow. It's not an automatic disqualification. That would be the other sort of, just the way you could construct the policy to consider.
Down to 6.
I'm sorry, to 6. I meant 6. 6 is
Where we have,
Under 6.
if it doesn't fit under 5, then it goes to 6, which is any felony or 2 or more Class A misdemeanors.
I'm not advocating one way or the other, but that, if you, again, it's red up in 5, and then 6 is yellow, everything else is green.
Yeah.
I think if we were to leave it, I would recommend reducing it to say 5 years. If we're keeping it there. If we move it down to 6, that would require us to then do the notification to the board and going through that process, so.
That's where I was at too. If we were gonna keep it, I would lower the years.
Correct.
Any other thoughts? Okay, I mean, it's, for me, it's down to either just remove it, E, or change it to within the previous 5 years.
I think I'm leaning towards remove it.
Oh, my.
That, again, just because
It's covered.
it is covered in other places.
I think
Yeah.
so too.
Yeah. I don't know, any other thoughts?
I'm good with removing it as well. I think we're still covered.
Okay, so I'll make the motion to remove E. The Class A misdemeanor alcohol-related offense or drug offense occurring in the previous 15 years.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So, in section 5, we're keeping A, B, C is at 15 years, we're keeping D, removing E, keeping F, which is any Class A misdemeanor offense against a person, keeping G, of course they'll be relettered, any offense related directly to the essential functions of the prospective employee's position. Okay, and then 6 is approval of the superintendent notification to the board of things that don't fall under 5. Okay, so this is still a draft. It'll come back to us again. It's not a final vote, so.
Interim, they can hire based on the old policy, so. it
That's what we're
couldn't-
still going under.
Yeah, until we can vote on this in our July meeting. Let's plan on putting it on our study session and business meeting in July, because we can always pull it off if we need to, but we'll have it come back to both. Is that okay?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
For your
thank you
time.
so much. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for your time. Yeah.
Oh,
Got to stay for the most exciting meeting of the year.
Okay, our last study session item is a discussion on board policy EL 300 global executive limitations. This is part of our policy review schedule that the policy we're supposed to review in the month of June is this one. And it's a very short policy. It's only a sentence. And executive limitations, if I struggled when I first started reading board policies and got to executive limitations because they're like all written, you know, kind of in the negative, and it's a little different. But the way I look at it is we have our ends policies. We say to the superintendent and the business administrator, go and meet those ends policies, however you see fit. Except, and then we put these limitations on there. Don't do it if it is breaking the law or breaking common ethical practices. So that's executive limitations.
To me, this is just
a no-brainer and we do it anyway.
Right,
I
exactly.
don't even know that we need it, but
But in case one day we have
For a
some
lesser superintendent or
rogue
business administrator.
superintendent, we have a
Does
policy. in
not apply
place.
to our current.
Right.
he does not walk on water.
I know, but he does behave ethically.
Yes. Okay, does anyone want any changes to this policy? I don't have any recommendations to change it.
I was a little concerned about the word imprudent there. I think it's easy to identify lawful or unlawful,
Yeah.
or in violation of commonly accepted business and professional ethics. There's lists of those. You can kind of Google and find some of those, but imprudent is more subjective, I think. Whether it's, I looked up the definition of imprudent. Let me.
Discretion, wisdom, or good judgment.
That's the one I found. Yeah. Lacking good judgment. Superintendent might do something and he might think it's prudent, and one of us might think that wasn't very thought out. Or business administrator might do something and they might think this is prudent, and we might. It's probably fine to leave it there, but it just kind of stood out to me.
Yeah, because like who gets to decide? Yeah, like if we isn't, they think it is, and are we the imprudent ones, or are they the imprudent ones?
Yeah,
Is
but
there-
if we
is there
leave it
value
in
in
there
having that in
and
there?
need it down the road, it's
Yeah, that's a good point.
I didn't draft this originally, but it's probably, they didn't want to just limit it to unlawful, or it's because there's this middle ground of how do you say something that's,
yeah.
and I don't know what the answer is.
All right.
I don't know that you have a codified, commonly accepted superintendent ethics, but
If you don't have that in there, then you can say, well, it may be a terrible idea, but it's not illegal, I don't know.
Yeah.
But as demonstrated tonight, you can move on from someone who makes decisions that are not prudent
Every 2 years.
every 2 years.
Got 2 more years worth of imprudent decisions.
No, of
If-
prudent.
if you-
Prudent decision making.
I don't know. I think I could feel the heat a lot earlier than that if I were not aligned with the board.
Yeah.
So
You're right.
Okay, do you want to leave it in there?
I
Okay with that. Okay. Okay, well, I will take a motion to go into closed session.
Do you know, I have one thing to say that I should
Okay.
have said during board member comments.
Okay.
It's probably hard to believe that I didn't get it all out, right? But, so I think that USBE has made a determination as far as, sensitive materials in libraries, and we have until September 1st to rewrite our policy, which I think we already knew that we have until the start of this school year, right? So I guess the ad hoc committee has already started meeting, or there will be a,
For a recommendation from staff.
Yeah.
okay, so staff is working on the policy right now.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thanks for the reminder. So that is what we decided. Staff's working on it. They'll run it by the ad hoc committee and bring it to the board.
And USBE has sent the stuff, the model policy or the direction, or
directives, but I don't think would be considered
okay, just the
we have a policy that's being drafted currently that we're working on, almost there.
Good. Thank you. Anything else?
I make the motion to go into closed session.
I'll second.
Oh, what do you want it for?
All of them.
Character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiation, and security.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards.
I'll second.
By Ms. Dean to go into closed session. Roll call vote. Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Dean.
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that passes with 6 votes. We'll go into closed session. Thank you all who have joined us tonight, and have a good Have a good evening and a good summer break. We'll be back in July.